is not, I will, this is not a raid. This is not a Raid Shadow Legends sponsor, I swear. I swore up and down I would never accept those. I don't care how many they send me. I'm never accepting it. Hi, everyone. How are you? Sarah, you're gonna make me cry, number one, please. I am not. But oh my gosh, I miss you guys. How are you? Zeno, thank you so much for the 15 months. I am so sorry. Okay, there it goes. It was a little delayed. Oh, thank you so much, friend. Oh gosh, but yeah. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Yeah, I heard Twitch was being weird today because I was doing birdism work earlier, and I saw like Twitter was saying people were having issues viewing streams. Which I was like, okay, that's weird. Sarah, thank you so much for the 63 months. Thank you. My Switch is going to sleep.
You should accept a sponsorship from Warframe instead. An MO3PS that does free to play right. Remember, ninjas play free.
I don't even know if they've ever sent me one. Thank you for the 63 months, Rob. Thank you guys so much. I don't even know if they've ever sent me one, to be honest. I only accept the Genshin sponsorships because we stream Genshin anyway. So it's like, even if nobody downloads Genshin, I mean, it's kind of silly if I don't take it just because I stream it regularly, you know? So I was like, they're hyping up the 4.2 update that's dropping this week, which we're going to get to this week. I'm really heckin' excited for it. There's a lot we need to catch up on with that. Oh heck, hype train. I didn't even notice the hype train. Oh no, don't hype train because I'll turn into a puddle. But thank you guys again for being so patient with me. I know we were on vacation for a little bit, so you know, obviously being gone from that, and then if you're in the Discord, you might have saw my message where I'm just like, you know, while we were down there and walking around the parks, I was just dealing with a lot of self-reflection. And just like not really happy where I am in my life, and not wanting to be such a burden on JT because I don't feel like I'm doing enough. Sarah, thank you for the gift sub to Ham Sandwich.
They have given
Thank you,
117
Sarah.
gift subs in the channel.
Oh gosh, I'm, like I said, I'm going to be applying for remote positions, but they're so competitive, so it may not even happen, but I need to try. Hi, Twin. Thank you so much for the nut. Oh, thank you so much for the 55 months. I'm so sorry. The alerts are kind of a little delayed right now. There it goes. COVID. Oh my goodness, hype train. Oh my goodness. No, I don't want a puddle. Oh no, Shad. Shad, thank you so much for the 16 months. Oh no, Shad. I'm so sorry. I hope it's not hitting you like terribly bad. I hope it's like a really mild form of it. I hope you're staying hydrated, and I'm just hoping you don't have like a fever and things. I'm just hoping you feel better again real soon. I'm so sorry. I had no clue. But yeah, so stream schedules are still going to be the same. I just got really upset that job that quote unquote air quote job I got offered yesterday turned out to be a scam, so you know, I just was like, you know, I want to be able to have the financial freedom to go and do more things and not be a burden on JT. And I'm trying to also see a psychiatrist to help me with the anxiety. Because I know, you know, you can get stuff for the anxiety. You can get like, because like the regular medication isn't helping me anymore, unfortunately. So we'll see how that goes. I just got so angry and frustrated, and then I had a panic attack in the middle of the quote unquote interview, which, you know, because I was like, I can't do this job. I can't hold down a job. I always get in trouble. I can't, and I always mess up. Because, you know, I mean, between this, you know, birdism and Twitch, everything helps me out greatly. And I'm so thankful for both in my life. It's just, you know, like I said, walking around down there and seeing the families and everything, it just hit me so hard. And I'm like, and also just the post-vacation depression kind of hit a little bit. So I was like dealing with that too. But we're good. We're back on schedule. It's a little bit wonky, right? Yes, I know. I realize. No, I am in denial. This icon's not going away. I refuse. I'm a rebel. It is still Halloween. I refuse to acknowledge. Have a low-grade fever. Okay. I'm glad it's not like a super high fever. I just hope I just hope it hasn't like been giving you like hurting your head and stuff. I have to be honest. I have to lower the volume on my TV or we're gonna get an echo. So, hold on one sec while I lower the volume here. I'm not hitting the right button. I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm not trying to hit the source button. I want to make sure we're not getting an echo. I can't find it. Oh, give me one sec. I'm hitting the wrong button again. Okami's so good at this. I got this. We're never gonna start today. Oh no, I turned it off. Hold on, coming back. I turned it off. Hold on. You don't hear an echo, but the sound is low. Okay. I accidentally turned off my monitor, so I have to turn it back on. It is October 38th. You know what? Accurate, though. So, okay, I found the volume button. All right, I'm lowering it, and I'm going to up it on stream, too. So let me just... There we go. Okay. There we go. And I'm going to pump up the jams, as I like to call it. Oh, no, wait. Too high, too low. Let me know if that's too high or too low. What happened to watching ads for bits? Yeah, Twitch removed that. God, I'm still so, like, salty they did that. They unfortunately removed it a while back, and I know, because I relied on that so much to try and support my friends who also stream. I wish they would bring that back. At this point, it's mostly brain fog. Yeah, Jen was dealing with that for a while after she got COVID. That post-COVID brain fog just sticks, and it sucks. What the heck? I read that. Wait, what? Wait, I don't even... So if I eat a habanero pepper and then chew a bunch of breath mints, they'll... Well, wait, what? No. Don't... I feel like that's a bad idea. I feel like that's a really bad idea. Oh my gosh. Hi, Galactic. How are you? I feel like that's a bad idea. Don't do that. I already can't have the habanero. But yeah, we're gonna jump into a third case. So yeah, we're just jumping in. Y'all haven't missed anything, so we'll see how this goes. We decided we're gonna become a lawyer, and in memory of Kazuma, aka our husband. So we're gonna see how this plays out. Oh, thank you guys so much. It's a kitty hypey mode. I love it. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy it's a kitty. I'm so good. Any tips to not fail? All I can say is, try to identify what kind of learner you are. If you're a visual learner, if you're more practical, it depends. Try to identify what kind of learner you are. Spend more time in your weak areas. Like for me, that's math. So I would always spend a little extra time with math, and take breaks in between. Studying for sure, because never ever burn yourself out with that. Try not to panic and try to think of it as middle school, but yeah, exactly. I would say that too. What a great reason to become a lawyer, almost as great as next reason. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to see how this starts. So, oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, Galactic. That's so sweet. Thank you. So yeah, let's just jump in, y'all. Let's see how this goes. But yeah, Zelda movie got announced. I have so many feelings, and I'm not sure how to identify them. Which is funny because I just ended up seeing the Mario.
My records
gotta
of
be
the late
quiet.
last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Oh my gosh, anime.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
What am I getting my anime version of Sweeney Todd, though?
Suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Yes, there's no place like London. That was cool. I really liked that cutscene. I still haven't played a Lane game, but I definitely agree with you on that bit about the music.
R2B2 Grady says, but you've already got Enemy Sweeney Todd, the Promised Neverland.
That does not count. Thank you, Rob. That does not count. I have to catch up with chat. Hold on, I'm scrolling up. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Yeah, thankfully you only missed one stream, Twin. It was, yeah, long story short, you know, we figured out the cause of Kazuma's death was just a tragic, it was just a tragic turn of events. It wasn't like there was like, it was just a horrible accident. It involved cats and gosh, it was really, the whole thing was just really hacking. Yeah, it was so sad. I was crying, honestly. It was so emotional. But yeah, no, the VOD is still up if you ever want to go back to it, because it kind of, I feel like me explaining it doesn't give the case justice with how much of an emotional roller coaster it is.
R2B2 Grady says, you could say it was something of a grave misunderstanding.
Yeah, you know what? A catastrophe. Man, we're just laying in on the cat-based puns. Oh, Ham Sandwich. So this is I don't know if you're familiar with the Ace Attorney series at all, but it's basically a visual novel style game where you basically play as a lawyer, and during there's like different segments where you have to look around for clues and like piece together, like, you know, kind of like whodunit. You have to like interview people, things like that. If in the original trilogy, you know, there'd be like a whole court case proceeding too, which, you know, we did in this one. We just, not in the last one because we were on a boat. But in this one, I'm assuming maybe we'll be back in a courtroom. It's like it's a mix. It's a mix of detective and lawyer. Ace Attorney and Doki Doki crossover one. Oh, Tylenos could do it. Tylenos is already fantastic at meshing Persona 5 and DDLC, so I would leave it to Tylenos to do the Ace Attorney DDLC crossover we've all been waiting for. You think so? Oh, wait, is that a mod? Oh my gosh, that is so cool if that's a mod. Kazuma went on a trip. I'm so upset by the double implications of that, Shad. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. I love the little suits of armor, just as somebody who likes a good haunted mansion aesthetic. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. You're seeing a mixture of excitement and hate for the Zelda movie. So, I have mixed feelings, mostly because I am somebody who loves animation. You guys know me. I grew up with Disney movies. I just actually saw the Mario movie when we were on our flight down to Florida, and I really enjoyed the Mario movie. I loved it so much. I finally got on that. But I see why everyone said it was so heckin' good. And there's just things that you can do with animation. I guess you could say both animation and live action. There's going to be stuff you can do in one that you can't do in the other form. So I get in the sense that with Zelda, live action would probably be more serious than you can say anime. I don't agree with that, but I know there's this whole like stigma of still that animation is just for kids, it's not serious, which is still a thing, unfortunately. I guess for me it's gonna depend on literally who do they get casted. I want to say, hey, if they got Matthew Mercer in a role, I'd be really happy. But I don't really, like I said, it really depends who they cast. I feel like that's what I feel like. I think that's what it's gonna come down to. It's like when the Mario movie was announced. I'm cautiously optimistic because when the Mario movie got announced, I was like, oh no, they're getting Illumination. Like, oh no, you got the Minions studio that makes animated movies for as cheap as they can. And then obviously, my worries were not founded. So it's the same feeling I think I have. Danny DeVito as Link or Tingle. No. But I will say I would love Danny DeVito to make a cameo. I don't know. Maybe Danny DeVito as Beetle? Actually, you know what? Tingle could work. I could see it, but it's gonna give me the same vibes as watching as an It's Always Sunny episode. Oh my god. Yeah, no, same shit. That's the thing. Nintendo, Miyamoto's involved, so that's why I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't think they would. Man, it's just so weird to me that they're going the live action route. But like I said, both forms, you got your pros and your cons with both forms. I think with animation you can get away with things you can't get away with IRL, and like, you know, it depends, but I like both forms. I mean, literally, it's gonna depend who they cast, I feel like. You're optimistic too. I can't see them not having learned from the original Mario movie. Yeah, same, Sarah, same. That's exactly how I feel. Johnny Depp is Tingle. Johnny Depp is a Zelda character. Ooh. Well, I mean, you could cast him as, you know, keep him as a pirate. If we're going the Wind Waker route, he's in his element, baby. Just have Jack Sparrow come back. Oh my goodness. No, he would be Danny DeVito Gaming, October 16, 2009. Classic tweet. Anyway. When we're saying the Spider-Man movies, are we talking about live-action Spider-Man, or are we talking about Into the Spider-Verse? Like, which one are we talking? Johnny Depp is Tetra. I'm saying Johnny Depp could be on Tetris crew. I'm saying I see it manifesting the machete as Tingle. All of a sudden, Tingle just has this threatening aura that Tingle has never had before. I want to see Who Framed Roger Rabbit style Super Smash Bros. Brawl movie. Yes! Oh my gosh, yes, Galactic, same! As somebody who's a sucker for Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and how they did that whole entire movie, absolutely. Like, just the wacky crossovers that movie had, and what you could do with Smash with the same crossovers in that style, that idea is just so great. Yeah, wait, which Spider-Man trilogy? Like, see, we talk about the Spider-Man trilogy and my brain goes to the first one. It's just an automatic thing because that's the one I grew up with, like, the first time. So when we say every Spider-Man, every live-action Spider-Man, there's just like, I forget how many movies and stuff Spider-Man actually has. It's like, it kind of throws me. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yeah. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Oh, he did do Spider-Verse. Okay, Spider-Verse, and I will say, you guys know me, I'm not a superhero. I'm not a Marvel DC person by any means. I really did appreciate the Spider-Verse movies just for how it was animated. Just as an animation, you know, fangirl. I do really appreciate how that was done. Zelda Williams should be Princess Zelda, though. Does she act? I don't know. That would be, even just to have her as a cameo, you know, even if she doesn't act or didn't want to try out for it, I think I would love just like a little nod to her father. I would really like to see that if possible. Oh, she's a director? Oh my gosh, that is so cool for her. Man, I was wondering what I kind of wondered what she's been doing, you know? Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apology. Oh my gosh, so punctual. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Oh, have a good night, Galactic. I hope you have a good sleep. I follow her on social media. Oh, nice. I really should. Am I following her? I hope I'm following her. If I'm not, I definitely should be. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. I will try not to squeak. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Oh, I know she is. That's why I'm like, I think I should be following her. But I always like, I'm always like, it's been so long. I always have to think, did I? Did I not? Converse. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. So I have to say, I'm giggling just because I've noticed every time he opens his arms, the birds in the background just fly. And I just can't help but think that's such a Nicolas Cage thing. I'm sorry. I'm like, everyone's gonna be wondering why I'm giggling. I'm like, that was literally my thought process. I wonder if he knows New Villette. Oh, you know he's been to Fontaine. He's probably gone to the same law school as him. Oh gosh. Oh, don't forget to examine the room in between discussion. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Thank you, Shad. Oh gosh. Even if you do say so yourself, the sun will never set on our great empire.
More passion. More passion.
Every time with the birds.
More energy. More energy.
Hi, Irv. How are you?
More footwork.
Oh, of course I noticed the birds.
More energy.
I mean, I think Jen would be so upset with me if I didn't. I have birds on the mind 24/7 thanks to work. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Can I? Yes. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. Yes, it was in the very first episode of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? A Night to Remember. A classic. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. Aw, it's not made of mahogany? From the planet Malchior, whatever it was, where the trees are 50 feet tall and breathe fire? Man, I am upset by that. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's not normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yeah, a very bad dream. I would be personally happy with a huge library. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland? What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. I like that reference to the previous case. That's a very nice touch. Rob, excuse me, you're assuming. We cannot read. I bet you he's got like 100 copies of The Woman in Me written by Britney Spears. No way, I'm calling myself out with that one. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you wouldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Okay, I think that was everything. Is this Big Ben? That would be really cool if we're inside Big... I was gonna say, doesn't this whole area seem like... It's very spacious, but just also... the giant gears did catch my attention. I'm like, who designed this place? How do you design something like this? Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. Oh, here we go. We're gonna ask. Jump through the clock when the minute hand points at 12 to stop the gear. But wait, if we did that, and if we're going on Persona 3 logic, are we gonna be trapped in, like, are we gonna be trapped during the midnight hour? Is that such a good idea? I don't think that's a good idea. Are we gonna have a dramatic chase scene with Herlock Sholmes chasing his rat of an enemy, Ori Marty, all while risking being crushed by the cogs until their final showdown on the hands of Big Ben? Man, I'm gonna be disappointed if we don't, now that you mention it, Rob. I'm expecting some Great Mouse Detective stuff right now. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who would be described as a lawyer, there's no, gotta say it's me. I'm a lawyer, you dumb fart. The words are easy. Man, man, Sarah, I've never ever seen you get aggressive. I think that was the most aggressive I've ever seen you type. I know, the dumb fart got me too. It's so aggressive, but like in the most polite way possible. Oh my gosh. I think you mean memes, Joriarty. Oh gosh. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And I was the accused. But glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Osogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you brought the yeast maker, the bread maker, the thing.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I have to tell your mom, I have to thank your mom. We can chat, we can make our own bread. Yeah, but Naruhodo's got it in his blood. You might say he has the right gene. I saw how you typed that. Darn it. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks? So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Uh-huh. Let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? What, the bread maker?
Another spoon!
Did your mom just give us another spoon?
It came with the bread.
Oh, it came with the bread maker.
Well, it's
but
not
you
just
don't eat bread with a spoon!
It's not just a bread maker, dingus.
Well, it's mainly a bread maker.
No, it's not. It's a slow cooker.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a slow cooker.
It's a slow
that
cooker. That
cooks bread.
Yes, it can cook bread.
I realized I mispronounced it. I totally noticed. I thought for a moment I missed some major context in the game since I couldn't see here JT at first. No, JT went to go pick up
I went to go drop off stuff to my parents.
You went to go drop off stuff and then you came back with stuff. Oh my gosh. Of course, we got the bread maker specifically for Gizmo. Because all these cats like to eat his bread. No, I wish I was kidding. JT, I want bread. Tylenos, come over and you can have some bread. I don't think I think it's just a slow cooker. I don't think it's a pressure cooker. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Osogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Hi, chicken hour. How are you, pressure cracker? No, pressure cooker. And I think it's just a slow cooker. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Oh, no pressure. Do I have time to study? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Uh-huh. Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an app trial about to begin later today. Wow, later today! I don't even get the day to, get all the facts? You're just throwing me to the wolves. Okay. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. What else would it be? This is Ace Attorney. Did we think it would be for, a freaking parking ticket dispute? Nah, man. Shoplifting. No. Just straight up murder. Is there other kinds of trials? Yes, but we never get them. Excuse me, you once had a theft trial in Game 3, which later... Yeah, it doesn't matter, Tylenos. Not avoided because it turned into a murder. But at the end of the day, it was still a murder trial, so it's the same. It's simple, Naruhodo. You open your mouth. Well, I mean, in this case, he really did. You want a lawyer? Here's a trial. Good luck. Yeah, but I should have, like, ample time to prepare, no? At least enough time to, like, lay down in bed the night before going over all the facts of the trial. Like, I don't know. I just got here. What if I have, like, what if I need to stretch my sea legs? I mean, did I have time to even, like, get something to eat here? Did we just, because technically didn't we just, like, get straight here? We need parking ticket and shoplifting trials and Ace Attorney. Dramatizing those things would be fun. I would just love to see, like, literally that just, like, over a parking ticket. Like, gosh, that would just be, like, I don't know why that would be hilarious to me. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? Okay, I'm just... You know, it's already nerve-wracking enough that you're just throwing me into this trial without giving me time to prepare. But on top of having somebody's life in my hands and giving me, once again, no time to go over this doesn't seem particularly fair to either of us. Like, that's too much pressure. I like, no, once you mention that little pivotal detail, nope, that's not on me. Yeah, it's simple. Just don't lose. Sarah, it's not that simple. This is Ace Attorney. When has a murder trial ever been simple? Oh my gosh. I know, but for your first trial, that's a lot for a first trial. And the fact that normally with a high-profile case like this, you have time to prepare. We got none. I don't have a choice, do I? All right then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is, I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's all right. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I don't... No, I don't believe y'all. That was going to happen no matter how long I took. He's still testing... I believe he's still testing us. I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh! Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Man, you gotta wonder, do you think he's a fan of daylight savings time? Or does that totally mess up his groove in terms of counting down to the seconds? Oh my gosh. Yeah, the morally correct thing would be to take this trial. There's no other... I would say if he had other options, then yeah, I'm not gonna do it. But considering the... Was DST... When... I didn't realize DST wasn't a thing back then. Hi. Hashtag abolish daylight savings time. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Wow, 1966? Holy heck, that's more recent than I thought. Port Arthur, Ontario, Canada was the first city in the world to enact DST on July 1st, 1908. So not 1966, but still after this game. Man, I kind of assumed daylight savings time was much older than than it actually is. Just don't let him cook. The flavoring is very one note because the only seasoning he uses is thyme. You know, my guinea pigs would really like some thyme. Okay, we're moving. Old Bailey. So there's 3 different dates, but all are in the okay, but they're all in the 1900s. And we are not in the 1900s. Can confirm. I know, Rob. JT gets on my case for that too, but that's how I always say it. I don't know why. It's how my brain processes. It drives JT up a wall when I'm like, oh, we'll get thyme for the guinea pigs. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't do it on purpose. It's my brain. 1966 is when it became nationwide in the US. Okay, well, you know what we need to do? We need to do what before 1966 US did and not have daylight savings time. Let's just let's not do this anymore, please. I'm so tired of this. I already have really bad sleeping habits. Daylight savings time doesn't help. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yeah, I suppose there's that. Goodbye, money. And there, hello, money. Whoop. Goodbye, money. This is such a good soundtrack. I love it so much. This is what caused the US to yeet to yeet. Ah, yes, that's exactly how I remember my history. Not the tea. Me as a tea lover screaming, not the tea. Oh my god. So being broke is a genetic thing for Nick? I'm convinced at this point. I know, same chicken. Britain instituted it shortly after 1916. First states to adopt DST nationally were those of the German Empire and its World War I ally Austria-Hungary, commencing on April 30th, 1916 as a way to conserve coal during wartime. Britain, most of its allies, and many European neutrals soon followed. Man, because I only thought... So... From what I thought I understand about daylight savings time, at least here, wasn't it supposed to be like a farming thing? Like, from my understanding. So in that case, it was all based on coal and conserving it. But like, I think in later, after, you know, after World War I. But like, at like some point, in like maybe the 1966, I'm like, it was just to help farmers? I'm also hungry. I do not eat turkey. Me personally, I don't like the taste of turkey. But I am, you know, we did have, JT made us spaghetti for dinner. I could go for something. I really want more of those, chicken teriyaki buns at the Japan Pavilion in Epcot. Those were really good. Gosh, I have to get the little... I have my little food and wine booklet of the food that we ate. I need to get the recipes for those, because, like, man, there was just so much heckin' good food. I need the recipe. Oh, so it's a myth? So it's a common myth in the US that DST was first implemented for the benefit of farmers. In reality, farmers have been one of the strongest lobbying groups against DST since it was first implemented. The factors that influence farming schedules, such as morning dew and dairy cattle's readiness to be milked, are ultimately dictated by the sun, so the time change introduces unnecessary challenges. Yeah, it really does, though. Like, I don't understand. I'm like, it's so medieval that we still use DST. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a myth. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. I heard that in a... What? That's not what I was... Man, I don't know, chat. He doesn't seem very down. I heard that. Not gonna lie, I read that in like the Jacksepticeye voice. I'm really thrown right now. What are yous doing following me here? Tings are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat. Barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. Nah, I don't believe you. Nobody just walks up to you and offers you to buy a house. I don't believe it. Like, y'all are calling me out for my favorite cereal. That's not even a joke. That's me being, like, super serious. Lucky Charms is my favorite cereal. It has been since I was, like, 5. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me to defend you. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see. Here, I'll be in the dock. I knew it. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't imagining it all up. Okay, no, but speaking of Irish, though, can I just talk about that, that Irish pub in Disney Springs? I ate there for the first time. Holy heck. Because apparently my mother was like, this place is apparently really good. She only, like, just recently ate there. I was like, yeah, I'll try a new place. Oh, you know. She was helping us cover food, so I was, I wasn't gonna, I was like, well, eat wherever you want to eat. And I got the bangers and mash, and I didn't know what bangers and mash was before like going to the pub. Man, it was really good though, and I really want more. Like, I've become obsessed with bangers and mash, and I've just been thinking about it. It's just been on my mind. It was really good. Like, JT had some, and JT was like, man, I should have ordered. Were they banging? Yes, on a scale of 1 to 10, they were banging. It was really good. Like, JT got the shepherd's pie, I think, but JT was like, man, I should have ordered, like, took a bite out of my bangers and mash and was like, yeah, I should have ordered that. Oh, gosh. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. Oh, you had pot pie. Sorry, hon, I couldn't remember. Why did I think shepherd's pie? Was that an Epcot thing? Thank you for that. I think that was probably in one of the pavilions, because I don't know why I'm thinking shepherd's pie. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? The silence speaks volumes. Bluster and blazes! Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. Accents are confusing. I know I'm not helping. To be fair, I know I'm not helping. I've always been bad with accents. Don't ever ask me to do accents because I just completely butcher them. I'm just trying my best here. Oh my gosh. I still don't have a scroll bar for the rewards. I'm behind on paying my Judd tax. Oh no, chicken. He's gonna show up at your house at 3 a.m. if you don't pay if you don't pay with interest. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? I don't know how else to do that. Hi, Trevor. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I hope you're well, friend. Oh no, please don't break my kneecaps because my feet just stopped hurting from all the walking we were doing. Please don't break my kneecaps. I had like 5 different blisters and I had to stop at a shoe store because I was crying because I was like, yeah, wearing a Vans to walk around probably wasn't the best idea. So my feet only just stopped hurting. Please don't break my kneecaps. Been job hunting? Oh, Tremor! Good luck with the job hunt. I've been doing that too. You're really excited for Saturday? Ooh! I hope it's good things happening for you Saturday. Making those cookies was a mistake. I forgot how addictive they were. What cookies did you make? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded? The thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our... What was I after saying? You daft idiot. I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, oh, this is a choice here. Oh my god. Oh, you're going to the Ren Fair? Oh, have a good time. I know, I love Ren Fairs too. Ren Fairs are the best. I haven't done any since I moved away from New York, but the one in upstate New York in Tuxedo was really nice. I did that one every year. Oh, let me see. Pumpkin quiche. Oh, hold on. I'll pull up the actual video. Hold on. Hold the phone so people can see. That sounds really good, actually. That sounds amazing right now. Hold on. Hold on. Properties. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Where the heck? There we go. I got it. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I gotta fix that. Ha, blah, 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 blah. Ha, blah, blah, blah. I gotta fix this. Hold the phone. Ha, blah, blah. Ha, blah, blah. Sorry, I know it's smushed. Hold on, I'm already gonna like this, so...
2-ingredient pumpkin quickies from 65.
Yes, oh, quickies, not quiche.
Season, which means people are whipping out the boots with the fur and trying to snag any wayward bachelor within 100 meters. But it also means baking. First is a 15-ounce can of pumpkin. Release the gourd. And the last ingredient is a box of spice cake mix. Pioneered in 1951 by Mr. Duncan Hines. This is him right here. He looks like if you get a tattoo, you'll be written out of the will. Missionary only type of guy. Now we just
I guess I'm written out of the will.
Well, these definitely are quickies. And I would know. Like draft dodgers, I don't see much action. That's why I'm called Drive-By Dylan. $3.50 for roughly 12 minutes. But just watch them. Whoa, cookie.
That looks so good.
A traditional cookie? No. Soft, cakey, and very pleasant, yes. Your pumpkin spice is already in here. You just added the pumpkin. Is it cheating? Yes. But cheating tastes good.
Oh my god, I want that. I want that so hecking bad. Can I please? Can I please have some? I mean, hey, I guess if anybody's got leftover pumpkins sitting out on your porch, I guess there's an idea how you can cook them. You already made 2 of them, and I'm considering a 3rd. Hold on, I'm coming over. Hold on, make me a box, Rob. I'm coming over. Oh my god. Then December 17th, you're going to performance of the Nutcracker with the Frenchie got us tickets in the orchestra pit. Nice! Oh my gosh, the Nutcracker's so... The Nutcracker has really good music. I don't know why my brain stopped working. I'm bad about the sizing. The batch I made only had 10, so I had to cook it a bit longer, but yeah. I've still got 3 cans of pumpkin and another box of cake mix in the pantry. You did plan ahead. Holy heck, Rob. You're gonna have to go buy more at this rate. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, back to game. I'm gonna be like this. That's it. Exactly. Not at all. Exactly. Not at all. What do I tell him? Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. I don't want to call him out for being like... I just don't want to be confrontational. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Excuse me? Sorry? Did he just say the Reaper? The Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak van Zykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zykes stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he has been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak van Zykes. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't just the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. I know, right, Grim Reaper? It sounds so edgy. I don't mean to be mean, but it really does sound like the edgelord name of lawyers. The Reaper is Edgeworth. No, you leave my beloved Edgeworth out of this. BRB, gonna listen to Don't Fear the Reaper. I mean, in this case, they're telling us to fear the Reaper. This is the one where we finally bring in the dancing lobsters. You know, I keep telling them to, and they still haven't shown up. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well done, fella. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. No, my feet have been cold. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. The lobsters will be born in 100 years. That's a while. The boy clearly never knew death. Any Grim Reaper would know what can the harvest hope for, if not for the care of the Reaper man. You're wearing sockies so you can't get cold feet. See, I can't wear socks unless it's like super cold out and it's like the super fuzzy ones. I don't like wearing socks. I can't explain it. And it's like usually like the knee-high socks, but then normally I like to wear those with shorts. So like, I guess contradictory to the cold. I don't know. I'm weird. That's where I'm getting with this. Ooh, warm fuzzy slippers. Yes. Yeah, I can't wear socks to bed. If there's one thing I can't do, I cannot wear socks to bed. They will actually keep me awake. I don't know why. So, this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? He's so nervous. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. I'm sorry, Dracula? That looked more like Dracula than the Grim Reaper. In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. He looks like Nosferatu. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be mean. It's just the cape. It's the cape, and I don't know why. The judge is now Santa Claus, yes. What do you think he does during the off-season? It's only Christmas 1 month out of the year. I never said he didn't look handsome. I'm just saying he looks like a goddamn vampire. Oh my God. It looks like he took a wrong turn on the way to the vampire live-action roleplay. It looks like Edgeworth having an emo vampire face. You know what? Yeah, you're not wrong. It was during Edgeworth's. It was during Edgeworth's Buffy the Vampire face. Oh my God, help me. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nippones. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, me lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to trust your defense to this, foreigner? As I've always said, me lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. He's so nice. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Oh no, he's hot. Yeah, no, this whole soundtrack slaps. Absolutely. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. And he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will be soon wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Is she paying attention? She sounds like... Ma'am, this is a murder trial? You're not exactly sitting in a waiting room to be called to, like, pick up your order or something? I feel like you should be paying attention to the details of this. I think number 5's chill is a cop. Oh my gosh. I'm a little worried. I was a little worried too that number 5's drinking, like, while in the middle of court. Is that technically? I feel like that isn't allowed. Who said you can't knit during a trial? That doesn't take much into... I feel like it does. I don't know. But I'm also... I can't knit to save my life, so... I guess so. You know, I guess my opinion's not valid then. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Those people are... The jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. The fact that juror number 3 was able to come in here with a knife, yeah, that I'm pretty sure should not be allowed. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yeah. Prosecutor Van Zykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity because he's a freaking vampire. He's gonna turn into a bat. I'm sorry, I'm really convinced here. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware of? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years? Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Oh, it's Van Zeeks. Okay. Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. He does look a little... I was thinking that too. I don't know if it's the hair or the face, but I was thinking Edgeworth too. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry, Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Okay, gives the cause of death internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. What do you have? A knife! Literally this case. Oh, I'm gonna have to get more water. No! The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from the view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by the policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded gloves had blood on them? Well, that would have been nice to know beforehand, you know. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Well, all I'm gonna say is... How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Yeah, there was a reason it was a beep. It's because I said a really bad word. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. It was not Maya. No, Maya's not in. Leave Maya out of this. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. You can use your imagination. Defendant, what say you? I could have said Mickey Mouse for all you know. Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. It's the Dramamine, I'm telling you. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, me lord. So it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life, man.
Link is hot. I gotta say, Link is hot.
Man, how asleep were you? How heavy of a sleeper are you? Because I feel like someone being stabbed would make noise. Hi, Nacho. How are you? Okami said bloopin' floopin'. Yeah, you know what? I could have said bloopin' floopin' for all you know. I'd like to know the Okami canon, though. Look, some things in the Okami canon are supposed to be left up to your imagination. That is not what I said, Ra. I can at least promise you that. Right, Edgeworth for life. You know, I do say that on occasion. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong there, Tremor. I do tend to say that on occasion when people ask me what my Ace Attorney ship is. Oh, Okami canon is butt munch. I mean, butt munch is canon. I have said that on numerous occasions. In Okami canon, like, wait, what? Listen, ketchup is tomato sauce. That is canon. We already know this. Oh, yeah, okay, we already read that. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't... Someone found it!
Where did it go?
Thank you, Nacho. I'm so happy someone found that tonight. I wasn't gonna say anything. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed? Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brick maker was fatally stabbed.
Salami.
Order! Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Leyden Country looks weird in the past. I mean, this is like ye olde London. This isn't even current London, this is ye olde London. Witnesses, your names and occupations. Yeah, I will keep telling myself that, brah. Love you, Rob. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beepo? I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. A lady First. I, make hats for I see what you did there. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time, after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to our formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
More energy.
That does take energy to do.
More footwork, more passion, more energy.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. Well, we only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which the bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff, bring forth the stricken omnibus. I know, this poor guy. Either, like, turn up the heat. Excuse me. Sorry. Either turn up the heat in this building, or give this guy, like, exactly, give him some hand warmers. Give him, like, some cute little hand warmers, because he shouldn't be this cold. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Well, yeah, but we're inside a building. Like, he shouldn't be so cold. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats below. That's actually kind of fancy. A skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense. Well, Consul, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Okay, 8-seater. There were passengers both on the inside and on the roof deck at night. Yeah, basically it's an old-fashioned double-decker bus, which I didn't even know was a thing back then. Like, that seems, like, incredibly fancy. Because, Nacho, What, Santa only works one month out of the year? That's not... He can't do that. How's he gonna pay those heat bills? I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Do not burn the elves. Please don't. I mean, I'm going to assume if that happens, then they get workers' comp, but please don't do that. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Man, I'm about to slap you. I'm about to just straight up walk over there and give a good backhand. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Oh my gosh, elf bowling. I can't believe you just brought up elf bowling in here. Oh my gosh. Oh no, chat, I already knew like that was gonna be a thing in this. I was super aware of it. Just, man, it doesn't make it any easier, you know? You still want to slap someone, you know? Oh my gosh. Anyway. So let me go over everything that we have again really quick, just to be sure. So we have autopsy. We have... I can examine it. Okay. Age 54, code 10 to 11, stabbed once in the abdomen. Died to internal hemorrhaging. Okay. Alright. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but the face is partly obscured. Okay. I just wanted to get a better look at that too. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. That one doesn't make me laugh. And then we have the actual omnibus. Oh my god. Guys. Phoenix Wright omnibus? Can I get this for our car? Can I please have this? I would love this on my actual car. I love they did that. Oh my gosh, I love they did that. I'm screaming. Job Masters
Welcome
London.
to Barnes and No! Where did it go?
Oh god, I love the. Does this confirm Nick was named after an omnibus? I mean, it's clear the omnibus came first, right? I don't know what to do here, so I'm just gonna start pressing. I'm gonna go for it.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, sir, that's right. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at that time? Is that correct? Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. Can somebody get this poor guy some chicken noodle soup? Just something. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on running, he does. Every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad. That's it. I'm gonna invent Campbell's for this man. Okay, gotta press this one.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of a doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. Was that a short joke, sure? Sir? Are you trying to say something about short people? I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There was no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Okay, I gotta press this.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never I mean, I can't argue. How am I supposed... He makes a valid point. I can't argue with it. This is a sound argument. That's it. We lost. We hecking lost. I'm throwing in the towel. Eat the rich. We're done. Guillotine John Eureka. Oh my gosh. Yes, I know short people are capable of murder, but are you saying that all have I committed any murders? No. Oh my gosh. I don't care. This is not French, so no guillotine. Okay, still the gallows. Get the gallows, Chan. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Okay, that was uncalled for. As a short person, that was uncalled for. But he is right about eating the rich. Well, he can't fool me. I'm sorry, do they actually toss fire into the... Okay, I'm questioning how that works. But okay, points for style. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. You can't all just decide this right now. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Does fire work like that? I don't think fire's supposed to work like that. I'm questioning the physics of fire. What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. I mean, that is literally how they're deciding this. This is a nightmare. I can't imagine that old lady tossing some fire. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed. I'm gonna press you.
Hold it!
This is definitely how courtrooms worked in the 1800s. Oh, I'm sure it's well documented. He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. I don't feel like I'm making the right choice. The jury looked like they're even more convinced of my client did than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. No worries, Sarah. Good luck. Love you. An elf bowling movie exists? Oh, I know it does. I've never sat through it, but I know it exists. I have to see. Do we have an elf? I have to see if I can make an elf bowling card for the holiday Streamloots pack. It's coming. I'm not dropping it until Thanksgiving, but it's coming. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. A stake through the heart, like with a vampire, because he's a vampire. Why am I the only one in this courtroom that sees it? I get it. I know I'm the vampire expert. I've seen every single season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer 50 times over. But I don't even think you need to do that to identify that this man is clearly one of the undead. I'm sorry. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ah, yes, for every Happy Meal in your McDonald's Happy Meal, you get this knife. I don't think Mario was around yet. I mean, all lawyers are punished. Oh my god. It depends. What kind of lawyer are you? It depends what kind of lawyer. Oh my gosh. I'm crying. Look, Buffy hasn't been written yet. Okay, but I'm pretty sure Dracula was, so there. You know, I've read Dracula. I read that in middle school. That book was consistently rented out of my library. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Okay. There we go, we got the knife. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish? Damn, what? What is wrong with all of you? This just started. Do you want to go home that badly? No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Why is the old lady the only one who hasn't made a decision yet? Not again. That's 4. Oh no, oh sorry, one more. Sorry, not just the old lady, the one next to her who's been drinking. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation where, okay, so maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witness. I'm so confused. Do I keep pressing them or do I not? We mustn't give up hope that we uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. No, you cannot blame Maya. Okay, I didn't press you here. I'm gonna press you now. The M does not stand for Maya.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. Luna! Chat, she has come to grace you with her presence. Luna! Baboona! Sorry, we're doing the... It's time to pat this cat. I only have 2 hands and they're both for Luna. Oh, there she goes. Come here, baby girl. I love you. Okay. She's like, mother, stop it. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brick maker. And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? When it should be set to W for Wumba. Exactly, nobody's thinking that it might be a W. My lord, I wish to... It's W for Woona. Woona did. The look I'm getting. Luna, I can't believe you did the brickmaker in. What do you have to say for yourself, madam? What do you have to say for yourself? This is not... What did he do to offend you? Why did you commit murder? Oh, I love you too. I asked her, why did she commit murder? And she literally just starts licking my nose. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, oh. Hi, JT, coming in with a spoon.
You get to the Cloud District often.
Get out of here. Stop trying to be an NPC waving a spoon. Luna is not fake.
Why won't you die?
Y'all can't see it, but it's great. Oh, well, I'm sure y'all heard it. JT's currently on the floor in an NPC death stance. Almost like a Bethesda character, to be real, because, like, one arm is sticking up.
A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however
JT
you
just
like,
died on stream.
the class trial will begin.
There goes my channel. I'm about to be banned from Twitch for life.
Have any work nearby?
Oh my gosh, why is everyone acting like an NPC in here? Why are me and the cats the only ones not acting
cat
like...
takes a pet like it's nothing.
Everyone needs to stop acting like NPCs. Do I take it that you, too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. You haven't heard all the facts! I'm getting angry. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just... Get up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. What? Why? But... Bebo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. I don't want to press anymore. Grandma, please. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. Wait a minute. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. Oh, Grandma, thank you. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? Why is a child in here? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that... The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? He's drinking blood. That's not wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh, allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Oh, great. We're gonna have to look inside that. I don't trust it. Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my own. No, Granny. Not you too. She's knitting furiously. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a... She's about to.
Ninth level.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more. I don't stand for nonsense. Man! Did I lose? That was it. The last juror's decision. Oh my gosh, Susato pulls something out of the book. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. I barely had anything to go on! Allow me to convey my respect to your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Oh, I heavily object. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. That's not my fault. They gave me no time. Summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law couldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. Exactly, it doesn't matter how old the book is. You would demand the right to procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of I think we can apply it to this case personally. I wonder why.
Chat.
Yeah.
Chat.
What are you?
Chat,
oh,
chat,
okay.
Chat.
Okay. Ow.
I need your guys' opinion.
Okay. Yeah, JT. What do you need an opinion on?
Pizza bagels, right? They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Instead of calling them pizza bagels, why are we calling them that when we can call them pagels?
Because Pagel just sounds too close to
We can call them pagels.
It sounds
yes.
No, it sounds too close to Peggle.
That's a problem.
I don't like it or beat us.
Pagels.
Pagel. It sounds like pasta. I don't like the pa. I don't know how to explain. I'm calling them Pagels now. It'd be Pagels. I'd say Bagiza? Wait, or Pizzle. Pagels and cream cheese. No! Don't put cream cheese on them. Oh my gosh. That is not gonna mesh well with the tomato sauce. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it might be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? We have no other choice. A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to... Yeah. I'm not giving up. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems that none of them have experienced this before. All right then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Pringles. I think Pringles is already copyrighted. And it's used to describe what color an animal... No! Rob, no. No, stop. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Grandma, I think you just got, like, a little worked up. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Grandma didn't do it. Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language, like please. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your own arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a unified front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Okay, really quick, since we're in an ad break, anyway, I am out of water. I am going to go quickly refill my water. I am going to use the bathroom really quick, and we'll be right back. So if you need to stretch, grab a snack, get yourselves a drink, run to the bathroom, anything you gotta self-care, yeah, it's a good time to do that. And we'll be back here in like 3-ish minutes or something like that. So BRB. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't have the seat. Okay, BRB.
Welcome to Barnes and No! Where did it go?
Hi, I'm back.
Oi, go. Oi, more
There we
passion,
go, more passion.
More passion.
I'm
more
sorry, the
energy,
stream's back.
more
I didn't mean to
energy,
scare anyone.
More footwork, more footwork,
So-
more passion, more energy.
It was just funny because I just walked outside, and so JT ended up getting like a projector for like really, really cheap because, you know, high teacher. So they were like, so Robert and JT were just testing out the GameCube with the projector. I come outside and there's just Pikmin 1 playing on the wall. And we're trying to figure out who put 10 days into Pikmin 1 and stopped at the Forest Naval. And JT's like, I didn't put 10 days into Pikmin. I'm like, I didn't put 10 days into Pikmin. Robert didn't put 10 days into Pikmin. Who put 10 days into Pikmin 1? Anyway. Gizmo stopped at the Forest Naval because Gizmo knew. Oh my gosh. Anyway. We're jumping back in, but I have my water, so we are good. Okay. Sorry, I just need some water. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Are we ready? Sorry, I had to sip. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory. It seems four passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed I got nothing on you. You can trust the guild. Fair fares our motto. We haven't raised prices above. So you said 4 pence. Go back. I know Grandma's got nothing. Grandma's just angry. I might have found that contradiction, but I want to go back. How did you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It is a little long, I'm afraid. Yeah, just to make sure. Very well, listen to this. During the summation examination, you will hear the assertions of the 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel for the defense should use X and pit with impunity. Having done so, you will be able to compare the chosen assertion with those of the other jurors. Select the corresponding buttons to listen to the other jurors' assertions again. Note that you cannot choose the assertion of the juror you initially selected, nor can you choose the assertion of jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Okay. Once you've compared the various jurors' assertions... Hi.
I have the next best thing.
What do you...
An actual CRT TV.
What?
The
projector?
Yeah.
I was just telling everyone we're trying to figure out who put 10 days into Pikmin. Because it wasn't me.
I'm guessing it was me.
You stopped at the Forest Naval because you knew?
I think it's because I rented it from Blockbuster.
Blockbuster!
Because where the O'Reilly Auto Parts in PP is?
Yeah.
That used to be a Blockbuster.
Oh! I had no idea.
I did multiple Smash Brothers Brawl tournaments there.
Oh my gosh. Now we all just gotta play Mario Party on the wall, but do you have a pack?
I do have packles. I need to go eat them.
You made packles and didn't ask me if I want any? Oh my god. Work out which two contradict each other and then pit them together with the X to pull them apart. she wasn't joking when she said it was long. The first step is to listen very carefully to what each individual juror has to
I
say.
know you probably don't want them because they have pepperoni.
That's fine, I'll still eat them.
Take as many as you want.
No, I can't. I'm streaming.
No, these are mine.
Oh, I don't.
Some.
I don't have a plate. What are you doing? Don't just put them on my desk. Are you seriously just putting Paggles on my desk? Oh my god. Get out of here.
You want more?
No, stop putting them on my desk.
Then don't ask for Paggles.
Well, no, it's just I wanted plate. I'm not a... Oh gosh, anyway. Alright then. Let's get this right now, so I never have to listen to that long and boring explanation again. That's the spirit. I'm not eating them off the desk. So not that one. I trust the driver's excellent money for 4 passengers with fares totally. That was at 20 pence. Does it have to do with him? Because that's the only correlation I see between any of these is 2 and 5 were bringing up prices. That's the only correlation I see. So I think...
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimonies we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the fact. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, that doesn't add up. It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? Take back your guilty verdict. Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Wait till I get my hands on you, Beepo. You just simply launch a ball of fire like it's the most... like you just do every day. Like it's the most normal thing. This is all very irritating. We are, but now I'm starting to wonder if Beepo's hiding something. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Aw, chicken, I'm sorry. RNG's not being kind to you in Pokemon. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo! You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's been bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to put 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction. Exactly! You can do it! Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilty. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Don't you start most tasks by simply launching a ball of fire? No! I don't, for that matter. That one makes doing some things a little more inconvenient around here. Oh, gosh. You used up your lucky RNG yesterday. You somehow managed to hatch 2 shiny teddy ears. So, oh my gosh, that's insane. No matter what the odds of that are, I do have the shiny charm and I was using the... Yeah, but even with the shiny charm, that's still really hecking impressive. So, you saying the chap stabbed him. I've simply typed everything. So, 2 and 5 are out of the equation now. Stabbing that on the floor, it beggars belief. I think I found it. I'm pitting you with... Hold on, there was no one else. Just like that. Well, the fact that you're saying he's on the floor, but he wasn't on the floor. I don't know what the odds exactly are in Scarlet and Violet, so I don't want to say. Because I think, and it's like, I'm trying to think. I don't remember if they changed it exactly. But yeah, I'm hecking. I'm going for it, but I think it's these 2. I think it's you against you.
Objection!
Somebody was not on the. We saw the photo. Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste. Oh dearie me! I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the act the moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Huh. Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fella next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it... It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at those 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh! But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Yes! Oh my gosh. It's Cosimo's katana. He carries a piece of his husband around. It makes me cry. Bless my soul, Herc was on a roll. Oh gosh, no, don't start. Don't start with the Hercules music. I know the sweater has a heart, and I think she mentioned she was making it for her other half. That is so sweet. Oh, Kami, one of the shinies I have for you.
Where did it go?
One of the shinies I have for you is a Sprigatito I named Deku. I had no idea, chicken. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't like to bother you. It's like, you could send them over whenever you like. I just don't want to be a bother. It's the social, I love you. Even with friends, the social anxiety is real. The scales. I don't believe it. Bruh, I don't want to be a nuisance. I won't be annoying. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on all of us. Okay, kick this guy in the... Can somebody just kick this guy in the... Please? If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? How do you not see the problem? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. It was only once. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. I think you need to seek some anger management help. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. I think Granny also needs to do something about that anger. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Well, hold on. I want to eat a Paggle. I'm sorry. Give me one sec. I want to eat a Paggle. Oh yeah, I know what Menards is, because we have those too. We didn't have them in New York. But when I moved, I'm like now there's Menards. But I'm like so sad. I like my Barnes and Nobles, but we have to like drive like a little, like not terribly away, but it's not like exactly around the corner. I'll have that Paggle. Okay. I have two more Paggles, but let me answer this question. I'm not going to say it's possible because it's going to put our backs to the wall. I'm going to say it's out of the question. You know what, Rob? I'm not going to argue with you on that. but then we're going to have more than one murder case. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. Can we please kick this guy out? What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. Yeah, and you're steering in the wrong direction, buddy. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. And this is a part where I eat a paddle as I go through my evidence again. Okay, I'm wondering if it... I think it's the autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. I'm sorry, Okami gets hungry. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once, which I brought up before. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. You having a hard time there, buddy? Sword stuck in the stone? Alright, I concede defeat. Haha! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won.
Aye, go. Aye, more passion.
Yo, let's go.
More passion, more passion, more energy.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
More footwork, more passion.
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said, shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Why are you doing that? Stop! Okay, calm down, Sweeney Todd over here. Please tell me he's a please tell me he's a barber. This is like some JoJo reference. I don't get... Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So when does the game reveal Maya Fey was Jack the Ripper? We don't know who Jack the Ripper... Jack the Reaper. I was gonna say Jack the Ripper. How we have no proof? How could she be Jack the Ripper? She wasn't even born yet. Stop breaking me. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Drinking his blood again. Oh! Okay, not only was that like a waste of what I assume is really expensive wine, you could have got glass all on in your hand. Like, and then you would have to walk out and probably get some stitches. I'm just saying, you also just wasted a perfectly good glass. Now there's probably glass all over the floor too. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. This reminds me of Godot and his endless coffee mugs. But at least in Godot's case, you know, yeah, coffee isn't cheap, but I'm assuming that wine is way more expensive than the coffee Godot was drinking. Witnesses. I trust you. Oh, wait, he totally discarded his vampire cape. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Get him some tea. Get him a hot drink. Exactly. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beepo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of penalty. You are advised to bear that in mind. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Okay, really quick. Since we're at like 30 seconds of ad break left, and I don't want to go over anything, I'm going to eat this last Pagel. Hold on.
Welcome to Barnes and
Where
did it go?
I didn't go anywhere. I just had to eat a Pagel. I'm good. I'm just gonna sip my water. Okay. Pagel 8. Can I look at my records again? Because now we have the ledger, and I didn't get to look in that before. Can I not look in it? I can look in it. Can I open it? This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder... I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? Yeah, one of the witnesses. It does sound strangely familiar, actually. The witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Haha! How is Bruce Fairplay Maya Fey? Okay, I think that's everything. So now we got that? I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pences for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare. He did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. You think? I'm gonna press that. What do you mean you think? Cancel. Make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozinage? Beepo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beepo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence eaches. Yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I feel bad because he's clearly not making enough. I feel bad. So I want to ask him, because he said I think, which doesn't exactly sound completely certain. So Utah, go back to Bruce, go back to Beepo. And I'm pressing that.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know. Yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about the most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise...
Bruce!
Oh, whoa, hey, Bruce, what's going on there, buddy? You're chewing your cane like you're snapping into a Slim Jim all of a sudden. In fact, now that I come to think of it, it must have already happened when I heard the scream. Of course. That goes without saying. I really wish he had said it earlier. The autopsy report makes it quite clear that the victim was stabbed only once. Which means The banker was witness to the fatal wound that ended Mr. Mason's life. Okay, hold on. Cause... Oh, one sec. Ugh. Okay. My pillow was not in a good spot. Okay. Let me see her shad in just a sec, because I'm gonna have to poke Bruce on that little moment he just had there. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flick of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses yet reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them. Yeah, I'm about to. The hint was to eat a bagel. No, what? No! Oh my gosh, help me. What do you mean, eat a bagel? Alright, we're gonna try to we're gonna go through that again. So I'm guessing I have to press that again. And then wait for him to kind of go crazy. No, Slim Jims aren't salami. Wait for it. Wait for it. I don't want to accidentally, like, go over it. There it is. Okay. Hey, what's going on, buddy? You good?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Oh, a 2009 Wired article lists some of the ingredients as beef mechanically separated chicken, lactic acid starter culture, dextrose, salt, sodium nitrate, and hydroside soy. They note that although first a Slim Jim as a meat stick, it resembles a fermented sausage such as salami or pepper. Oh, okay, wow. I didn't know that. Well, I don't eat Slim Jims, so I guess I just assumed. Man, I had no clue. I had no clue. And soy contains monosodium glutamate. I had no idea. I've never actually looked into I'm going to admit, I've never looked into the ingredients of a Slim Jim. Doesn't count as salami because salami is food, unlike a Slim Jim. but people still consume it, Rob. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. No chance. I'm gonna just straight up say no chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city baker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? It wasn't both hands, it was a hand. Was I supposed to present the gloves there? I think I was supposed to present the gloves there. I'm pretty sure that was it. I mean, you know, I mean, I know, Rob, but as our famous Canadian PSA would say, don't you put it in your mouth. Okay, so I gotta go through all that again. See aha, that's it.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Plural. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, you're gonna ruin your teeth, sir. Your testimony is inconsistent. But that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? Stop ruining your teeth! Like a chipmunk. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. How pliable is this cane? Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city baker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay, and we have it, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man had a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have it! Welcome back, Sarah. Yes, it is. Oh gosh. Yeah, his teeth are fine. No, that doesn't mean his teeth are fine. If anything, that should mean his teeth are worse. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present the evidence. By Jove, are you sure? I don't think that cane is really a Slim Jim. Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. I got it right here, sir.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors in your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. You could say right now that, Where's the credit card debt song? Oh my god. That's Mr. Fairplay right now. I've got credit card debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Ugh. Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never saw, in fact? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a bit. You did more than that, sir. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? You conveniently just remember this? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yars. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes, I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Do we owe them guinea pigs? Everybody owes me guinea pigs. Everyone here has to pay up the guinea pig tax. I'm just gonna have a whole guinea pig rescue. And you're just gonna, everyone that passes by my house is gonna hear the constant weeking. Everyone's gonna love it. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains there may have been there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage or we would have seen. Going over everything I have again. Well, he shouldn't be eating his cane. That is not the purpose of a cane. So again, we have the autopsy report. We have this photograph. I don't think I really have anything here right now. I want to press them all again, but I'm afraid of getting in trouble. but I kind of really don't have anything that I can refute right now. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to say we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimonies is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. What is he gonna season his cane with? I'm gonna press them, because I have no clue right now, but, before I do that, because I don't want to get in trouble for pressing, I'm going to say... Okay.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Those are definitely not, can confirm. I'm no chef, mind you. I'm not a Claire. Oh, those are definitely not seasonings. You forgot to put the destiny knot on my 6 IV boy. No wonder I wasn't getting better. Oh no, chicken! Well, at least you know why, right? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. I suppose you might say that I didn't get to press you on that.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all know no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Phew. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby. Oh no, he's got a gambling problem. Hi. Oh, call me Hylia here, and I'm here to talk to you all about a very serious issue.
Salami.
Not salami. That is not the serious issue I was referring to. I was referring to gambling, but if you prefer to gamble with salami, you know, who am I to stop you? But either way, guys, if you know someone who's dealing with a gambling problem, there are numbers out there that you can call. As I have called on many an occasion because of my Genshin Impact addiction. Okami spends money that she doesn't have on her Genshin Impact rolls. But did you know... so ugly. But did you know right now, if you have never downloaded Genshin Impact, if you use the promo code Genshin Gift, you'll receive 50 Primo Gems for free. Mind you, if you use that right there, that little code right there, you see right next to me on the right, that little one right there, yes. But if you go and download Genshin Impact, please, I beg you, do your polls responsibly. I know the 4.2 update is coming out. Everyone's foaming at the mouth to pull for our for our Hydro Archon. But please make sure, please, for the love of Archon, make sure you're doing your polls responsibly. Don't be like me who put $30 into Ganyu way back in the day. Don't be like that. I mean, who am I to tell? If you have the money, do it. But if you don't have the money, don't do it. And just so you know, Paimon is not emergency food. Thank you. You beat me to it. Anyway, we're back. Don't get a gambling addiction. Also, Okami, by the way, download Genshin Impact, which is a gambling addiction. Yeet, what? As we've all seen, as we have all seen, as does my last poll show us, that I couldn't pull rightly until my guaranteed 190-80 poll. I forgot what guaranteed pity is, but don't be like me. Don't be like me. Just saying. I'm going to drink my drink. Yeah, okay. I'm going to drink this. And just so you know, there is help if you have a salami problem. Be sure to call, and be sure there are people out there that can help. There are trained professionals who will listen to you. And just make sure you're not spending all your money on salami. Anyway, I was going to win it all back. That's a fixture this weekend. That's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands pressing. Hold it! You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any signs of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Spend all your money on elf bowling. I mean, if you have the money to spend on elf bowling, by all means, I can't tell you what to spend your money on. That's your financial decisions as responsible adults. But if you don't have the money for elf bowling, don't do it. Oh gosh. You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. What did you agree, sir? I don't know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beepo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beepo! Just steal from Santa's grip. I can't steal from Santa. That'll get me on the naughty list. Spend it on Winnie Pooh baseball, Snood bowling, Pingu ball. Again, I can't tell you what to spend. You can't tell if you're gonna spend money on your fantasy Pingu ball team. That's your decision. Good on you. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it brings you happiness. Oh my god. Or make bets on getting certain scores in 3D Space Cadet Pinball. Or if you're like Dino, who just knows how to straight up break the game.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember, I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question, why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place? Oh, it was during Mini Kit Marathon. At least I think it was Dino who broke it. Dino ended up I don't know what he punched in exactly. But he had, wasn't it like infinite balls or something? Like he was just dragging the ball across the screen. I don't remember. Man, I'm gonna have to find that clip, but I'm pretty sure that's why, because I was on couch for that. I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Because your name is Fair Play. I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Can I... Court record. This is what I want to do. Examine this, please. I don't know, because isn't some of your field of vision going to be cut off? At least that's what I'm gonna say. Because it doesn't look like you can, even from like that angle, doesn't look like you can. Can I? There we go. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Oh. I don't... Still, it's not like... I don't know, it's not huge. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Okay, you can go inside. Oh, interesting. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. I wish it were ketchup. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? I am not... You lick it. I am not licking it. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower! It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to... Oh, is it the same thing? Never mind. Oh, hold on. My monitor went out. One sec. I hope I didn't just kick something. I might have just kicked something. Did I just kick something? I think I just kicked something. Wait, hold on.
Welcome to Barnes and No!
Literally me, because I can't see my monitor.
Where did it go?
Oh. Okay, I think I might have kicked it out. Oh, hold on a sec. Barnes and No, I can't see. What do you mean check my signal? What do you mean check my input? My input should be fine. Uh-oh. Okami did something. I'm blaming Bluey. I'm blaming the grannies. Why did I lose it? Wait. Yes, tomato sauce, same thing. But I'm still convinced it's not. It's blood. I hecking cat? Hold on. I have to take my headphones. JT, no, it's alright. I got it. Hold on. I need to turn on the light though, because I can't see. Look. Okay. I did something. I don't know what I did. It was something. If the stream goes out, I'm really sorry. Just, I will be back. That just means I knocked something out of my outlet. So, that happens. I'm sorry. Hi. No, we're still here. That's connected, that's connected, that's connected. Did I fix it? Hold on. Hold on. I fixed it.
No, boys, don't touch that.
Not only JT. I can fix this. I think I kicked something. There we go. Alright. I did it. Okay. Skylight. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. No, you know who we have to blame? We have to blame Muffin. Not Bluey, or it's Muffin. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. I was trying to see if there was anything else. Nah, I'm pretty sure it's Muffin. It's always Muffin. Anyone here who watches Bluey knows it is always Muffin. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. You must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so? Ugh, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. I don't really think there's anything else. I'm still gonna say that they might not have been able to. Just from the angle and the size of the skylight, I don't feel like they would've. Not Bandit, but they were saying there's the theory that Bluey is a rainbow child because of like little like hints dropped throughout the show that that Bandit and Chili had a miscarriage before Bluey. That's like never been outright confirmed, but there's like enough stuff like there's like very strong hints that have been dropped into the show that I think a lot of Bluey fans consider it to be like canon, I think. Did the creator confirm it? I missed that then. I didn't know if the creator confirmed it. I just knew, you know, obviously there's like hints in Sleepy Time. There was that one hint with the balloon, and then Chili crying over like the not crying, but like looking sad down in like the crib. Yeah, Bluey actually deals with a lot of heavy stuff that people, like, honestly, you look at Bluey on the outside and you're like, there's no way they handle like serious stuff. I'm like, no, they do. But that's why I love Bluey. I'm still gonna say the miscarriage was based on a friend but kept her identity a secret out of respect for her. Yeah, because unfortunately it's so common. It's just such an unfortunate thing. And I can't speak because I've never had one, but I know people in my life that have had it. And I just feel for them so much because it's so devastating. I'm still gonna say they might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin's interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? I wasn't expecting them to ask me that. Well, this would be the area where he was stabbed, right? So they were saying this is where they saw it. I mean, here would make sense because if the seats are facing this way, you're gonna be looking down there. How the heck are you gonna be looking down here unless you're like in the seat and you just turn, I don't know if I'm thinking about this too hard, and you like turn around and look down from there. But naturally, if you're sitting like face forward like you shouldn't be able to see that way. Obviously, they're saying they saw this seat because that's the one that was with the blood. I'm gonna sit here. I have no idea if I'm overthinking this or not.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel. Okay, that was my thought process. Whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, Council. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witness's eye? That's a good one. I have no idea. I'm glad Bluey exists. It's an important show for kids to have. I know, and especially, like, you know, it's... I guess people, like, tend to think because kids are kids, they don't have to, you know, you don't have to produce anything of quality because of this assumption that kids will watch anything, and I'm like, I really disagree with that. I highly disagree with that. And there's just so many topics that is so important that they showcase in Bluey. Like, I know there's... JT's the one who got me into Bluey, like, way back in the day. And I was like... I didn't know what the hype was. I honestly different. And I just got into it one day and I just binged it all. But like there's so many topics the show covers. The show even covers, you know, they talk to Bluey about death. I mean, there's that one episode. It hits hard. And there's, oh my gosh, I'm trying to think. I know there's like neuro. There it is. Where did it go? There's a lot of like neuro, you know, like there's neurodiversity. They talk about that, like there's things they hint at and things they straight up talk about. But there's like obviously there's like infertility, there's neurodiversity, separation anxiety, just off the top of my head. There's just like. I think they were talking about premature births was one. There's just like so many. Gosh, there's so many different things. I can't even begin to cover that Bluey that is so important for kids, especially at that age when they're so impressionable to like learn. There's I think they also talk about, they touch upon like the fear of growing up, like, oh my gosh, it's so heckin' good, honestly, and I love that there's just like, oh my gosh, I could like go on about Bluey, and I know, like, you know, and I know like there's there's a character named Jack that's got ADHD, and I love the way Bluey just tackles like so many different subjects. And then baby race, oh my gosh, you have to run your own race. Life isn't a race, you have to do things at your pace. Oh my gosh, just and oh gosh, there's like I'm pretty sure there's been representation for deafness in the show too, if I remember correctly. I just, gosh, I remember when Bingo was, there was like one episode where Bingo was like, I think it was Bingo, like some, like a character, like we don't get to see it, but like a character, I think in class was like being like a jerk to her or something. And eventually she ended up befriending the character, she says at the end of it. It's just so good. I could sit here and talk about Bluey for hours, honestly. Yeah, they did ban an episode of Bluey. I think that was the one where Bandit, like they had, I think if I recall right, they had Bandit put on like a device that like kind of like tries to simulate, hey, this is what it's like to be pregnant. And being pregnant, like, you know, it's you know, it can be beautiful, but at the same time it can kind of suck. That unfortunately, you know, not everybody can experience that. But yeah, being pregnant's hard. Like, I've never been pregnant. I've known people who have been pregnant, but being pregnant, I don't know if y'all know this, it's hard. You're carrying an entire other being in there, and you're eating for like 2 or more, depending on the situation, and then everything hurts. Like, and then you start, and then don't get me started if you're someone who gets hit with like morning sickness, because like that's what I'm afraid of, because I have such bad motion sickness. I think morning sickness, if I ever were to have kids, would hit me like a truck. But yeah, no, I actually haven't seen that episode yet. I actually do want to watch that episode just because I'm so curious. This is just reminding me of the Irish People Try YouTube channel where they had men and women both try out period cramp simulators. See that? Oh my gosh, I would never ask for somebody to try that because they're so awful. I'm gonna be straight up. We're gonna be real here, guys. Period cramps suck. Like, there's like no, because I'm so tired of people like not wanting to talk about, like trying to step around like talking about periods. It's completely normal. Period cramps suck. Like, I can't even begin to explain to you how much they suck, but it's just like, it's so, you can't get comfortable at all. It's the worst, especially on the worst days of a period, honestly. I need you to punch me to get you to write that Bluey fanfic. I cannot punch you because I love you. I can encourage you with words, but I'm not going to punch you. I think that's because they can't experience it, and it's not the same. I can tell you right now, my IBD cramps are not the same as like a period cramp. They're completely different feelings. And it really sucks at the same time when, you know, especially if you're anemic, forget it. It really double sucks if you're anemic. Because there have been times that I have been anemic while on my period, and it was the worst. Like literally everything kind of felt like it was floating. I couldn't I couldn't do much, because even sitting up, I kind of felt like the room was spinning. It was, and being constantly cold. Oh my gosh, that was another feeling I absolutely despised. But it's just like this constant tightening down there, and it's like legitimately so uncomfortable. Yeah, no, I had it. I've had on and off anemia because of my IBD. And between the IBD, which you already lose blood with IBD because of other stuff going on inside you, and then you're losing blood because of your period. It's like literally the worst thing. I've dealt with that. It is the absolute worst thing ever. Like, there were times that I couldn't go to school. There were times I straight up couldn't go to school because I was losing like so much blood. I was like, yeah, no, I ain't getting out of bed. You can come bring me my books. I'm not getting out of bed. But yeah, no, it's just like, it's something that needs to be talked in, where I don't get the taboo of not talking about periods. It's so freaking normal. It's a normal biological function. Can we not treat it like taboo? Because it's really not. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. There could be some research showing that period pains are normal. A large number of people with periods get them, but there might be indicators that painful periods aren't what humans are supposed to experience. I mean, everybody, like, yeah, periods are different for everybody, and some, you know, unfortunately, some, you know, like, especially on my mother's side of the family, I think endometriosis is pretty common. So, like, obviously, if you have, like, extremely heavy periods, you should get those checked out. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I got, you know, puberty hit me like a truck fairly early, as it does on my mother's side of the family. It just, everybody gets hit early and gets hit hard. And I got checked out, and thankfully it's nothing like endometriosis or anything like that. But it sucks. It really hecking sucks. Tampons should be free, absolutely. Tampons and pads should be free. Like, why charge for something that we can't control? That disgusts me. Like, they should be readily available in schools. I am all about that. Yeah, no, same chicken. That's how that conversation, like, I was prepared well ahead of time. I will say that. My mother prepared me well ahead of time. So when it came, I was like, okay, I know what this is. Don't panic. I mean, still panicking, but don't panic. I know what this is. Oh, that it's not supposed to hurt like ever. I don't know if it's not supposed to hurt like ever, but I'm also not a doctor. That would actually be a question for my mother. She used to work in the labor department. which is also kind of like why I'm afraid of childbirth. I have so many different I have horror stories, and they're so rare, mind you, but she told me about them, and I was like, Mom, shut up. Don't tell me. I can't believe Naruhodo has Splatoon. Wait, why does Naruhodo have Splatoon? Did I miss something? Anyway, man, I gotta find a good stopping point because JT's got work tomorrow. Oh, right, we were saying he has an inkling. Where does he have an inkling? Did I miss something? Wait, I really don't... I literally don't have an idea. I really don't. I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue. In the middle of the screen? I don't see it. Guys, I really don't see it. Oh no, Trevor, good night! Thank you for stopping by, I'm so sorry. I hope your phone makes it. He has it with me, I don't see it. I really super don't see it. I gotta call it soon anyway. I'm just waiting for the stopping point, which I should come up soon, hopefully. I have no idea. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. Is it just a case of going on, Miss Susato? Oh, I have an inkling. Oh, that's what y'all meant. Wow, that just went over my head so badly. I am so embarrassed. Can we go back to talking about periods, please? Can we forget that just happened? All right, then. I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You know, remember when people were complaining and turning red? They were talking about periods, and they were like, this isn't meant for children. And I'm like, man, it's not like children won't eventually, you know, have to deal with getting their period. It's not like kids don't get their periods before 6th grade. Look at me in the corner. Hi, yeah, me that got hit with it before 6th grade. It happens. Anyway, you are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. Which is why I love turning red. That's a whole point why I love turning red. I'm like, thank you for normalizing this talk. I appreciate you, movie. Thank you. Also, it was just funny when we were in World of Disney and in Disney Springs because there were 2 Mei Mei plushes. I didn't buy either of them because I was behaving while I was down there as much as I wanted to buy a Mei Mei plush. But I was just walking around with 2 Mei Mei plushes and I'm like, which one do I buy? And then I ended up not buying any of them because I was like, I can't do it. But my whole point is, I love Turning Red. It's my favorite Pixar movie. I love it so much. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, Council. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. I didn't. I'm calling out my love for Donald Duck. I didn't. For real. I was very well behaved in Disney. I only bought like literally our food from the Japanese pavilion during Food and Wine. My Figment figure. My Jurassic World bandana. Why is JT staring at me? And our ears are matching. We got matching Jack and Sally ears. We were trying to get the Mickey's Not So Scary exclusive ears, but considering we went to like one of the last parties, they were all gone. Unfortunately, and I know JT was super sad. And then JT was just walking around the Stranger Things house and yelling how attracted they were to Vecna.
Yes.
Which was like really.
I wanted Vecna to finger me.
I can't believe you looked that person in the eye and said that.
I looked him dead in the eyes and said, "Can you finger me?"
I didn't know if I heard that right, and the fact you said that in front of my mother. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Your mother was too afraid.
Yeah, I know. My mother was too afraid. She didn't even pick up on it. But I would like double take at you. I was like, did you just say what I think you just said?
Oh my.
Oh my. And meanwhile, no context for Stranger Things going around this house going, what is this scene? What is that scene? I don't get any of this. I was just like, oh, look at that Demigorgon. And then that was it. That was the only thing
Speaking of the Demigorgon,
Yeah.
it's back in Dead by Daylight.
Why, it was gone from Dead by Daylight?
They got rid of it for a while.
Oh, was it like
They had to take it off the store because of the licensing issue.
I
It's
haven't...
been gone for like a year and a half.
I haven't played... I only picked up Dead by Daylight like twice and then never again.
Yeah, also, they added it back because it's Stranger Things Day. And
Yeah.
everybody's like, yay, Stranger Things Day.
Yeah.
And they added it back. And then they put out a teaser with all these different killer knives up on the wall. And then there's a butcher knife that's missing. You're saying, like you're barely listening.
No, I'm listening. The butcher knife that was missing. Wait, is there something about that butcher knife that we need, like, that they hinted at?
Well, yes, it's like the next kill.
But no, I didn't buy a single piece of Donald Duck merch. I just bought my Figment statue because, one, it really isn't. It wasn't like super expensive, but also two, if you try to look for it online, it's going for like triple the price. So, and I don't know if y'all heard about the Figment popcorn bucket that like went out this year, but people are reselling it for like $1,000 online. It's disgusting. Hold on.
Specifically, people are pointing out the fact...
What is this supposed to hint at?
Well, specifically, people are pointing out the fact that there's a stool underneath it.
Do I know
So
any
something small would have had to grab that knife.
Leprechaun?
No.
Why would they put Leprechaun in Dead by Daylight? Chucky's not in Dead by Daylight, is he?
Not yet. People are thinking
It's gonna be Chucky then.
Because it's a butcher knife and it had to climb up and grab
It's gotta be Chucky then, because I can't think of literally anything else. God, they didn't let Chucky. Oh my God, I can't say the word, but they didn't let Chucky drop one F-bomb in that entire house, and I was like, man, that's so out of character for Chucky to just not say fudge.
They didn't let him drop any curses at all.
I was like, huh, I'm really used to Chucky just cursing like a sailor. The leprechaun from Lucky Chuck. Not that leprechaun. I'm talking about from the hit.
Tomorrow we find out, November 8th, if the new Dead by Daylight killer is really Chucky.
I think it's gonna be Chucky. I can't think of anyone else.
Especially with Chucky being like
so popular right now.
So popular right now for like no fucking reason.
Isn't it because of the
like
TV
no
show?
reason at all.
Isn't it because of the show, the series? I think it's playing on Shudder. No.
Is it?
I have to renew my Shudder subscription. I was kind of like worried about paying bills.
Get it right. Charles Entertainment Cheese the third.
I'm still concerned why
the second one died in the war. Put some respect on his name.
Wow. I clearly don't know this lore. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat of the omnibus that was obscured... You were dry. You were dead. You were driving. You guys were up top. Obviously, no. You are literally the only person here.
Take that!
I don't know. You have to ask JT Nacho. I don't know the lore. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks, people talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. The heck? When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? if the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. It was not Maya. Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. It's not the badge! Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. That's right.
Venturing the bank, Omni. Keep up.
What are you referencing? Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. We were talking about that earlier. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what do you say, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is our opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to justify or not? I'm gonna demand it. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Ah, yes, I need a little more time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Where did it go?
Okay. This is where we're gonna call it. Cause it is late. I need to let JT get some sleep. So next time we come back to this, we will hear his testimony. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming by tonight. I hope you enjoyed. Hopefully there should, as long as I'm okay and I'm feeling it tomorrow. Well, originally I was going to like not stream on Wednesdays and take Wednesdays off because I feel like that's like a slower night for us. I don't know if I'll do I don't know if I'll do that tomorrow still, because I feel bad because I didn't stream last night because of just feeling so emotionally upset. In case we don't stream on Wednesday, I'll be back Thursday with the Genshin 4.2 update. If we do stream tomorrow, we can try to squeeze in that Final Fantasy X-2 stream that technically was supposed to be tonight. No, I promise I'm taking care of myself. I promise. I'm not going to push it if I'm not feeling it, but I also don't want streams to fall to the wayside because I was away for a bit. It would feel really bad. Also, how did you find these, Rob? No, I don't know. Why do I ask? But we are going to be rating somebody, although if you need to sleep, I know it is late. Please sleep. Thank you guys so much Thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. I really did miss y'all. Yeah, I'll see if I see you tomorrow, or I'll see you Thursday. You can tell I'm also, man, going away kind of reset my sleep cycle, because now I'm also getting tired at, like, times that aren't 5 a.m., which has been helping me, and my brain is starting to, like, chug, I will fully admit. So we'll go see who's alive right now, and we can go hit up for a raid. But I just appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate you all so much. I was thinking, man, there's the socials. Like I say, you never have to follow any of them, but they're there if you would like. My brain just stopped working. I apologize. You can kind of tell. And I forgot the TikTok link because I forgot to edit it again. Go Okami. Well, let me see which one of if any of our friends are still alive, we can go hit up for a nice little raid. Well, I go check there we go. My mouse did not want to cooperate again. So let me go onto the good old Twitch dashboard. If I could, there we go, mouse. Like if I could click. Do you think Strongheart would use TikTok? Yes. Is there like a whole lawyer TikTok group? It's just so weird. I mean, hey, there's lawyers who like have actual YouTube channels that go over like the legality of things like Jurassic Park. So it's like super interesting, honestly. Oh my goodness gracious. But it looks like, Zimmy is live doing some Genshin right now. Speaking of doing some, ads. Doing some exploring, some pulls and exploring. I'm going to wish Zimmy luck in that. Honestly, I love Zimmy. And it's just a nice place for me to wind down tonight too with some Genshin. So send Zimmy some Paggles. If Zimmy wants Paggles, I will send Zimmy all the Paggles. But there is our raid message. Feel free if you're not subbed and you just want to use the regular woofles, or if you're subbed and want to use any of the sub emotes, feel free. But we're gonna go send a love to Zimmy, who I adore. And I'm really excited for this 4.2 update. I'm like, let's go, baby. It's almost here. I'm really excited. So I will, if I don't see you guys tomorrow, I will see you Thursday. And just thank you so much for being here, honestly. I was very nervous to come back tonight because it's been a hot minute since we went on our little mini vacation. But thank you guys so much for being here. It really does mean the world to me. I'll see if I see you guys tomorrow. But I hope you have a good rest of your night/day. You're staying hydrated, you're staying warm. And I just love you. You guys are awesome. You are the absolute best. And I will see you. I will try to make up for the rest of the week. And Luna loves you too, because she just jumped on my lap. So she wanted me to tell you that she loves you too. And we're gonna go to Jimmy de Shame now. Luna Babuda. Alright guys, take care of yourselves. Have a good rest of your night. Bye-bye.